Hello, folks, and good morning, and welcome to the 2026 Alkame Cup. I am your host for today. My name is Scott Murray, and we have a beautiful day of racing. We are going to see some of the fastest dragon boat crews on Earth here at the wonderful Welland International Flatwater Centre. We have one of the best venues on Earth. We have a number of the best paddlers on Earth, and this day is custom designed for high performance dragon boat racing. All crews will race 4 times: a 500 heat, a 200 final, a 500 final, and a 2K final. All races are spaced out about an hour, so all athletes can get their requisite rest and fuel and nutrition in between races. And the morning will be featuring mixed crews. We have 8 mixed crews in the morning. The afternoon will feature open and women's crews. We have 7 total open and women's crews, and it is just going to be an absolute smorgasbord of dragon boat demonstration here today. Many of the athletes here are in their peak cycle as they prepare for the Club Crew World Championships that will be happening in Taiwan from September 1st to 7th. And we at Alkame Dragon Boat Services are thrilled to host this opportunity for them to show off all of the hard work they've done over the last 364 days. I'm grateful to be speaking to you here with Team Alkame. We've got an incredible officiating team that will be focused on giving these athletes the best opportunity to show off their abilities. A lot of people will ask us what they see dragon boat, but it's not a common sport on the Sportsnet highlights or the TSN TV shows. So people will ask, what is it like to be a dragon boater? What does it take to be a dragon boater? And so I was thinking about this last night. To be a high performance dragon boat paddler, a description might be you must have the strength of a shot put athlete, the coordination and precision of a javelin thrower, and the energy systems, all while running an 800-meter race all out. Your lungs are at peak capacity, your power is at peak capacity, and your coordination is at peak capacity. That's what it's like to be a high-performance dragon boat paddler. Many sports have isolated skill sets that they need. Pure power if you're a bobsledder for 5 seconds. Pure endurance if you're a marathon runner for 2+ hours. But in dragon boat, you must have all skill sets. It is extremely unique. You must have power, you must have precision, you must have lung capacity, you must have teamwork, you must be an outstanding athlete, and you must execute your skills with 20 other outstanding athletes at the same time. And on this course today, we're at the site where, for the first time ever, a record in our sport of dragon boat fell 2 years ago, and that was the 2-minute mark for an all-women's team at this very venue in 2024. For the very first time, a women's team went under 2 minutes. Fast forward 2 years to 2026, and at a recent regatta, 3 women's teams went under 2 minutes. So just like the 4-minute mile was once a feat that people believed could not be accomplished. We are now seeing things in dragon boats that once couldn't be perceived that are now becoming commonplace. So there should be some more outstanding would like to recognize the weather team, because just 48 to 72 hours ago, I know all of the group chats from the clubs here today were talking about ponchos and memories of Milton 2026 or Pickering 2025 or other regattas. For me, it would be Sudbury 2015 of regattas that had rain and thunderstorms. But so far, in the last 48 hours, the weather gods have shone on us, both literally and figuratively, to create a perfect racing situation here this morning. I'm overlooking the finish line. We have a very, very gentle easterly breeze. Temperature is about 18 degrees, and I think the athletes would agree that this is ideal racing conditions. Thank you to Locke and Lisa, Team Dragon Boat MVP, for providing this live stream opportunity. If you're just waking up to get your coffee, please enjoy, kick back, put your feet up. You're about to see some of the fastest dragon boat racing teams on Earth. And of course, I'll shine a spotlight on the athletes. We have 3 clubs competing here today. We have an embarrassment of riches of dragon boat talent in the greater Toronto area. And so this event was an opportunity for those teams to come together and challenge themselves against one another in perfect racing conditions. So we have 3 clubs that are world renowned for their skills, abilities, and camaraderie. And those are NDRC, that's the New Dragons Racing Club, based out of Western Toronto. They practice out of Sunnyside Paddling Club. They have great leadership. I will mention someone who's been their longtime leader, Ben Choi. And NDRC will be competing with 3 crews in our mixed divisions. They will have 1 standard and 2 small boats competing in our mixed division. And they will have 1 open, the famous Orcas, and 1 women's crew is competing this afternoon. We have the Pickering Dragon Boat Club, garnished in their red and white traditional jerseys. They will be unveiling a new crew today called the Hot Dogs. And the Hot Dogs are a combination of their women's team Ignite and their open team, the Big Dogs. And of course, Pickering Dragon Boat Club will have a 4th crew, which is called PDBC Premier Mixed. And our 3rd club to feature today is the True North Paddling Club, also based training out of Sunnyside. But I think they would say, Scott, don't forget to mention all of the 5 a.m. practices that we do in the Mississauga waterfront in our outrigger canoes. They will be coached primarily by Chris Edwards and steered primarily by Lindsay Wingham-Smith. And they will be featuring the highest number of crews at this regatta. They will have their longtime crew, the Hammerheads, in the Premier Mixed Division. They will also have True North Leviathan Black and True North Leviathan Red, also in the Mixed Division. And as we move to the afternoon, they will have the True North Premier Women and the True North Senior Women competing in the women's division, and True North SLP. Nobody knows what the SLP stands for, but they will be competing this afternoon in the open division. I can see the crews have left the dock. They're like caged animals, excited to hit the water and go as fast as they possibly can. The heartbeat is up. The Garmin watches are noticing a trend as the body activates this morning, and we're getting ready for the first race of the day. Stay with us, folks. Can't wait to see what happens. We have the crews lined up at the start line for race number 1. Looks like this race is going to go across at about 8:04 a.m. On the line, we have NDRC White Small Boat in lane 1, PWC Premier Mixed in lane 2, True North Hammerheads in lane 3, True North Leviathan Gold in lane 4. It'll be interesting to see how the small boat fares. NDRC has requested that their small boats race in the same set of races as the standard boats. The paddles are up. And there's the horn. We're off for race number 1 of the day. Great start. You can see it here on our live stream. And a good start from the outside lanes. That's the True North Hammerheads and Leviathan. And Pickering Dragon Boat Club is out there a seat behind the Hammerheads. The Hammerheads are the favorite in this race. One of the things you can see here on the screen is the steersperson getting right over top of seat 10, leaning forward, always focused on the weight of the boat. I noticed with the Hammerheads, their boat trim, how the boat sits from front to back, is a little bit forward. They have their weight forward in the boat, and that generally keeps the boat gliding at maximum speed. We've got about a half a boat lead for the Hammerheads. We're coming up to the halfway point in the race. Pickering Dragon Boat Club is hanging on. Time matters here. The crews will be ranked 1 through 8 at the conclusion of this race. The Hammerheads are now into their travel speed. You can see that they are well connected with the water. They've got about a 7 to 8 seat lead, but they'll be focused on their overall time. The time is what matters. Hammerheads here, they are known for their connection with the water. They're known for having great core strength and staying connected to the water. Both teams are going to ramp up for their finish here. Pickering Dragon Boat Club cranking their stroke rate, pushing hard, seeing if they can get across the line with one of the fastest times of the day. And here we are at the finish line. Unofficially a 154. Unofficially Pickering at a 159. There is Leviathan coming in at about a 208. And we have NDRC's small boat. They're going to be going to the World Championships, and they're coming in at a 217, 218. Those are unofficial times. I am not the timekeeper. We have wonderful people who have video evidence of all starts and finishes. And great race 1 in the books. We're expecting some guests here. Some athletes who just completed their race. We're expecting some guests up here at the live stream booth, so we'll look forward to welcoming them shortly. Great racing, folks. 1:53 is an outstanding time. That is absolutely world class. To have two teams under that 2-minute threshold right off the bat, that's the kind of racing we're looking for. And we've got some racers who are making their way up to our live stream booth. And it's going to be a pleasure to welcome them, to get their feelings on that race, and to see what they think about the rest of the day. As we wait for them, an opportunity to explain today's format. The Alkame Cup is what we're racing for here. At the end of the day, one club will be deemed the winner of this event, meaning every time NDRC races or True North races or Pickering races, their crews are garnering points towards the overall cup. Your first and second mixed team, your first women's team, and your first open team all garner points in the 200, 500, and 2K championship races. And the club with the most points at the end of the day will be the victor. First place basically gets 2 bonus points. Second place gets 1 bonus point. And every crew you beat gets you a point. If you don't beat crews, you don't get a point. But I'm gonna welcome our first guest here. He's soaking wet, folks. That means that his crew went fast, and you know, I know they have a cheer at his club that says "Get wet, stay wet." So I'm gonna pull him a little closer to our microphone. I'm welcoming Michael Campbell. Michael, just lean in there. How are you feeling right now?
Drenched.
Okay. How about cardiovascularly? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling better now than maybe like 30 seconds ago, but a little pumped in the heart after that first race. It's a good warm-up.
Yeah. 158, that's a season best for your team. How do you feel? How do you feel it went out there?
I think it went pretty good overall. Definitely still some things to tighten up. I think we could be a little bit longer. We were a little faster. We were a little short in our length for the aggressiveness that we had. I think we've really improved our aggressiveness as the season went on, but working to get that stroke length a little bit better, I think will help us get down to that 155 mark.
Fantastic. And today is a big day. There's 8 hours of racing, and there's probably 8 races for someone like you. Do you feel prepared for that? How do you mentally prepare? What are your thoughts about a day like today where you might race 8 times?
It's always interesting knowing that there's going to be up to 8 races for any individual athlete. But being in such a cardio-heavy sport, it's part of the challenge. You start the day, you feel fresh, you go out, you do some explosive work, and as the day goes on, you need to taper your efforts to make sure that you're prepared for every race, and you're not just running off of the energy you had in the morning, because by the end of the day, that's going to be all used up in your first few races. Yeah. So
let's move off of today for a second. I know you fairly well, and I know that you know animals really well, and I know that you know birds really, really well. So I'll start off with an easy question. If you were a bird, what bird would you be?
Oh, there's so many to pick from. Not the question I was expecting in a Dragon Boat interview, but I think I would probably pick a plush crested jay. They're from South America. They look somewhat similar to a blue jay, but more black to their coloration. They're very inquisitive animals, and very much like exploring to like figure things out.
That's the kind of edutational content that the people want here, Michael. So I also know that you work at the zoo. Is there anything that you can take as an athlete from your work that can make you a better athlete from studying animals and how they behave?
I don't know if there's specific things from the zoo, but for my education to get there, I studied zoology and I learned different things about like different ways that animals move and how their energy systems change. So, for example, birds tend to use largely fats in how they do long-term migrations and their energetic works. So, as I went into my master's later on, I had to learn more about effective fueling for long migrations and high exercise work. And then I tried to apply some of that to my own personal nutrition.
That is fantastic, Michael. Congratulations on a season best performance for you and your crew. Keep it up. Have a great day. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so that's Michael Campbell from the Pickering Dragon Boat Club. Next, we're going to welcome in Benjamin Choi. Benjamin is a longtime member and a leader of the NDRC club. In that first race, he was the steersperson for NDRC White, which is their small boat. How did you feel about the race, Ben?
I think the race went very well. We have a few things to clean up. Oh, sorry, we have just a couple things to clean up. But aside from that, aside from maybe being a little bit more aggressive on the start and having a little bit more body on it on the finish, I think it was a good race.
Awesome, great. Will you be steering in Taiwan?
No, I will not.
Okay.
No. That is Nicola and Sammy and Chris's expertise, not mine.
Excellent. How is your own personal training and athlete year going, Ben?
Training's going well. I mean, the kids are fast, and I can't quite keep up with them anymore. But at the workouts, when it comes to the volume, and I'm still kind of there when it comes to the longer workouts. But when it comes to the sprints, man, these kids can really sprint.
Well, I'm sure they've got lots of respect for you for what you do now and what you've done over your career. I got a question for you, a custom question for you. I got a custom question for you. I'm going to give you a summary and I want to get your reaction, okay? Hong Kong, 2012, NDRC Mixed, 151. What comes to your mind when I say that?
So that is our first gold at the Worlds. It's quite a special moment. One of the only moments where I got off the docks and basically the tears just started flowing. I mean, there are a lot of special moments, but that one, it's an interesting race. It's an interesting race course. I can't say that that we didn't get a little bit of help from the race course itself. But that being said, we still got another 2 medals in 2 other distances with one in a 2K where there's no lanes and one in a less favorable lane. So overall, that was it's kind of like a coming out year, right, in a way. We were inaugurated in 2011, but we qualified as the last seed to make it to CCWC. So to go from that to earning 3 premier medals at the Worlds, that was a dream come true.
The numbers on the page say something, folks, when you see a time on the internet, but when you hear someone talk about the tears that are behind the number and the journey that went into it, that's what really matters. Now tell us about the upcoming journey to Taiwan. How is your club feeling, but more importantly, do you have some specific goals that you'd like to accomplish at this event?
I mean, I think the goals for my club and Chris's and all the other, and Dragon's Own, right, all the other top clubs, 22 Dragons, of course, right, and H2O, all the same, right? To be at the top of the podium, that's essentially what we strive for. That said, that's not an easy task, right? Every single time we go there, we know that it's not, you can't expect to win, right? You really, really have to earn it, and you have to, no matter how good you are, execute your best race, because everybody is really, really good, and you just falter, right, just a little bit, and the race is somebody else's. So I feel good in the sense that I definitely feel we're in the running, right? Like, confident that we are right up there, but just like every other crew, every one of the other top crews from Canada and around the world, it's not just about being strong enough, it's also about being able to execute on that day.
It's quite incredible in mixed that racing just a short few years ago, 157s and 158s and 159s.
With 12 men.
Were the time, those were the times we were striving for and thought we could be best in the world. And then now we have 153s and 154s are becoming commonplace. And just talk about that transition, that evolution.
Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. When I started Dragon Boat, and I'm definitely dating myself here, right? This is the mid 2000s, mid to late 2000s, right? The top times were just under 2. The rules were that you could have 12 men and 8 women, right? So, you know, at that time, all of the top teams were dominated by, you know, athletes that kind of had many years in sprint canoe, and then, you know, after transitioning from sprint canoe, they're in their 40s or maybe even in their 50s. I remember one of the most dominant teams of all time, right, the Mayfair Predators, were mostly a team of senior paddlers, and they were able to dominate in a sport where it's mostly sprint distances, right? Like 200, 500s, with the exception of the 2K, right? Those are considered highly anaerobic. But now the athletes are starting younger and younger, and they are peaking younger and younger, and I think that is a great thing for the sport. It has certainly helped our national team get stronger, because, you know, at the end of the day, you want, in this sport, for your athletes' physical prime to match their experience prime and their technical prime. And more we're getting athletes that are aligning those two because they're starting the sport early enough.
One last question, Ben. You coach a lot of youth through your New Dragons club. They're one of the most fantastic 2-4U teams all the time, but you also coach a lot of peak performance athletes and a lot of Canada's best. If you had if you could sort of synthesize your advice in 1 minute or less to an athlete that's out there that's falling in love with our sport, what would your most concise advice be?
Oh, concise advice, all right. Okay, well, certainly nothing is without hard work. Okay, so that's pretty simple. I think everybody understands that. But it's also very important to work in a smart way, right? Work, you know, the old adage, work wiser or smarter, not harder, right? You actually have to work hard and smart, right? Because there's the athlete that could, you know, pump out, you know, rep after rep after rep of, and set after set of intervals, but they can, you know, get themselves overtrained, right? There are athletes that, you know, can do 2 a day, 3 a day, and so on and so forth. You can put in the work, but if you don't have a structured way of doing it and a way of managing the load, a lot of that effort could go to waste. So at the end of the day, you have to learn, right? So try to do a little bit of research, right? Learn about your body. The coaches will provide a program for you, and that's very, very important, and that will help you give you structure. But at the end of the day, you as an individual will respond to that training in a unique way. And to learn the subtle differences between yourself and, you know, maybe the general program that the coach provides, understanding all of those nuances is the key to success.
Great answer, Ben, but it's Price is Right rules, and that you went over a minute, so we can't accept that, unfortunately. You were a minute and a half. So great advice, but one more. The crews are on the line. We have a 153 and a 158 on the books. Do you want to tell us how fast NDRC is about to go in this race?
I'd hoped 153 at a lower decimal.
All right, I love it. All right, thanks for joining us, Ben. Go enjoy your day, and good luck to your whole club.
Thank you.
Race number 2 is on the start line, folks. We have in lane 2, NDRC Yellow Small Boat. In lane 3, True North Leviathan Black. In lane 4, NDRC Green. And in lane 5, PDBC Hot Dogs. Lane 4, NDRC Green is the heavy favorites in this race. NDRC Green and the Hammerheads have been racing back and forth all year. NDRC Green won the Pickering Dragon Boat Challenge in late May, and the Hammerheads won the Toronto International Dragon Boat Festival at Toronto Island 3 weeks later. So these crews are as close of rivals as you can get. We already have one fantastic time of 1:53 in the books, so it'll be interesting to see if NDRC and NDRC Green can match or beat that. This is a heat, so the times will rank the teams 1 through 8, and the top 4 will advance to the A final, and the bottom 4 will advance to the B final. NDRC Green is the favorite. Can they go sub 154 as the Hammerheads did? NDRC is generally known for their power. They're a very powerful club. As Ben indicated, they train hard, and we're off. As Ben indicated, they really focus. I believe that is Yolana in seat 1 on the left. Yolana is one of Canada's strongest female paddlers. I believe that is Hind Lawrence in seat 2. Again, both are Team Canada World Cup paddlers. A really good transition there by NDRC. Long and powerful, really long strokes. The PDBC hot dogs are at the bottom of our screen. They've got a slightly higher stroke rate than NDRC and trying to carry that power through. True North Leviathan Black is in lane 3, and one of the things they'll be focused on is going sub 2. I don't believe Leviathan Black has gone sub 2 in their history, so if they can go sub 2 under these ideal conditions, that would be, I know that is a huge benchmark for any Dragon Boat team and something to celebrate. When you get off the Dragon Boat, you always want to know how close to that 2-minute mark you are, or if you get off the Perg, you want to know how close you are to that magical 1:59. We're inside the last 200 meters. NDRC Green has open water. That's significant. The boat often travels a bit faster once the teams are off the wash. So they've broken free, and that could be important here in this last 100 meters. Doesn't look like their stroke rate has changed yet. They are just hitting the 90-meter mark, coming in towards the finish. Nice deep strokes, very powerful at the exit. Their steersperson is Nikola Radovanovic, and Nikola is very expressive with his hands, and they are coming up to the line. Great race for them. Unofficially, I have them at 1:54, but I am not the official timer. True North Leviathan Black at a 2:02. Hot Dogs in at 2:04. These are all unofficial times. And here comes the NDRC small boat. We've got the pink hat in seat 3, and they're coming in at about a 2:17. So we'll wait for the official times. Mine are all unofficial. NDRC Green, the winner of race number 2.
seconds. In third place, PWC Hot Dogs at 2 minutes 4.62 seconds. In second place, True North Leviathan Black at 2 minutes 2.45 seconds. And taking top spot in race number 2, NDRC Green at 1 minute 54.44 seconds.
So that concludes round 1, our 500-meter mixed heats. What will happen now is the crews will be seated 1 through 8, and shortly they'll be marshaled. Racing will begin again at 9 a.m. A unique and interesting feature of this event is that the top seed will choose which lane they'd like to compete in the next race, and then the second seed will choose which lane they want, and the third seed will choose their lane, and the fourth seed will choose their lane. Now we have ideal and perfect conditions right now here in Welland. There's a very slight easterly breeze, and all Alkame and all clubs have agreed that lane 1 is not going to be used at this event. We have races a maximum field of 4 crews, so the crews will choose between lanes 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. And so a little bit of unique strategy that you don't have at your average Dragon Boat Festival. I'm sure the coaches are chatting right now. And the number 1 seed, the Hammerheads, will get to choose their lane first. And I'm sure the NDRC coaches right now are saying, if they pick this lane, we'll pick this lane. And if they pick that lane, we'll pick this lane. So we'll see what, if any, impact the lane selection has. So an interesting and unique feature of this event. The crews will be right now refueling and debriefing, and then they will be called to marshalling shortly.
1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing. 30.
And we're back at the Alkame Cup regatta. We are minutes away from one of the main events of the day, the mixed 500-meter race. Crews have been called to marshalling. The top seed, True North Hammerheads, has chosen lane 2 to race in. NDRC Green has chosen lane 3. PDBC Mixed has chosen lane 4. And True North Leviathan Black has chosen lane 5. So the crews will essentially be seated from inside to outside. Hammerheads in 2, they are the top seed. NDRC in 3. PDBC Mixed in 4. And Leviathan in 5. This race has added significance. If there is a tie in points between all clubs at the end of the day, this race will be the tiebreaker. So this race acts as the tiebreaker not only for medals, but also for overall club points. Things that are interesting as we head towards the 500-meter final. The biggest thing that's interesting is deployment of athletes. Different crews and different clubs may have had different strategies in terms of who to race in their heat and who to race in their final. Some may have rested some athletes this morning that they think can have an impact on their crew performance in this next race. Some may be executing the exact same lineup in this race as they did this morning for continuity. Some clubs may have a particular 500-meter lineup, a particular 200-meter lineup, and a particular 2K lineup. But what we do know is that True North Hammerheads were approximately 0.5 seconds ahead of NDRC Green in the heat. That equates to a dragon head from a timing perspective. And those two teams are sure to be neck and neck for much of this upcoming race. PDBC Premier is our 3rd seed and True North Leviathan Black is our 4th seed. But we continue to get perfect conditions, a very, very light easterly breeze, but not enough to really be impactful in any way. I don't think it's speeding up the race course or slowing down the race course or providing an advantage to any particular lane. So again, ideal racing conditions, an ideal race course, a perfect day for paddling. The athletes probably even appreciate the cloud cover and the slightly cooler temperatures, as they don't have to worry about overheating, or sunscreen can sometimes be a challenge as it mixes with water and makes your grip on your paddle a little bit more risky, that grip, when you have to mix sunscreen with water and try to hold on to your paddle while pulling at maximum force. NDRC has begun their warm-up routine. They're on the water. The other crews are right behind them. The time to beat is 1:53.8. We can expect times that are certainly going to be under 1:55 for our lead teams. A lot of strategy will go into the first 5 strokes of the race, how the teams line up, the calls that they make in the start and throughout the race. And certainly all crews will be maximizing their lineups, their expected performance, their race plans. Anything they could have learned from this morning will be applied in this next race. This is one of the main events of today. We have 2 teams, Hammerheads and NDRC Green, that will be competing in Taiwan at the Club Crew World Championships. And as Ben Choi mentioned, Canada is always the favorites. Canada will have four favorites at the event: True North, NDRC, 22 Dragons, and Dragon Zone. All four of those clubs will be amongst the world favorites at our upcoming World Championships in Taiwan. As of now, all clubs have 0 points, and the Alkame Cup will be awarded today at about 4 p.m. on the main awards dock. This race has added significance. This race will be the first race where we distribute points. The winner of this race will get 8 points. The second place team in this race will receive 5 points. Third place will receive 3 points. Fourth place will receive 2 points. And then in our subsequent B final, the winner of that race will receive 1 point. The mixed races are worth 8 points to the winner, whereas the open and the women's races this afternoon are worth 5 points to the winners. So winning the mixed races is an added advantage to winning the Alkame Cup at the end of the day. So our first race to distribute points is one of the most impactful in the entire regatta. All 4 crews are taking their positions at this point as we are minutes away from the start. The crews are often focused on breathing. You'll see and hear crews on the line taking 3 deep breaths with big inhales and big exhales. You'll have a lot of, you can see here the Hammerheads athletes touching their teammate, giving them one final pat on the back or pat on the leg of good luck. They've memorized their race plan. They're really, really focused on power output. They're really focused on precision on the start. The crews are now under starter's orders. They are meters from the start line. The crews and the steers people and the drummers are going to be as precise as they can in getting this start fair and accurate. Hammerheads in lane 2, they are the top seed. NDRC Green in 3, they are the second seed. PDBC Premier Mixed is the third seed. The paddles are up. And we're off. We have a fair and equal start. And the crews on the inside. It looks like NDRC has a slight lead as we approach the end of the start, and they do. NDRC has opened up a lead of a drummer. That is going to be a major challenge. They've got big body surge down to their catch. Pickering Dragon Boat Club is in third. True North Leviathan Black in fourth. This is the part of the race that the Hammerheads are going to need to make a move. They are a drummer behind, a quarter of the race in. Pickering hanging on about 8 seats back. These crews are racing at a stroke rate that is in the low 70s. The Hammerheads have the highest stroke rate of the group. They're stroking approximately 80 at this time. There's 200 meters to go. NDRC still leads the race. NDRC is out in front. They got that lead in the first 20 strokes. Will they be able to hold it all the way through? Hammerheads are trying to make a run, but NDRC is smooth and strong, and their lead has grown here in the last 50 meters. They have picked up another couple of seats with 50 meters to go. NDRC Green has a significant lead. They are going to bring this to the line. Hammerheads are in second, and it will be NDRC Green unofficially in 151. Oh my goodness. Pickering crossing the line in about a 156, 157. And there is True North Leviathan. They are right in and around that 159 or 2-minute mark. So blistering, I'm talking absolutely blistering times. I'm seeing times in and around the 151 range for our winner, NDRC Green. That is unofficial, of course. We'll wait for the official results. But just as we suspected, some absolutely phenomenal paddling in that race. NDRC, wire to wire, great start, very powerful start. And then again, with about 150 meters to go, they took another step, it looks like. And all crews in that race went faster than they did this morning. So just shows that they were ready. They knew what they were doing, and every single crew got faster in their final as opposed to their heat. And NDRC Green is our first winner of the 500-meter mixed race. We now have the official times, and I'll hand it over to Matt to announce.
And the official time for race number 3, the sportsman final 5:30. In fourth place, True North Welland Black at 2 minutes 1.02 seconds. In third place, PDBC Premier Mixed at 1 minute 57.95 seconds. In second place, True North Hammerheads at 1 minute 53.61 seconds. And in top spot in race number 3, NDRC Green, 1 minute 52.24 seconds.
Quite the achievement for NDRC to go 2 full seconds faster in their final than they did in their heat. 2 full seconds faster. That is not easy to do, folks. 2 seconds is a very significant. It's about 7 seats of a dragon boat. So that is a very significant improvement from their heat to their final. There is a good chance they both had some personnel changes, but also some race plan changes between their heat and their final. They may have been just sub 100% effort in their heat. I don't know, only they will know. They're in the team meetings. But that is a significant improvement of 2 seconds from their heat to their final. NDRC now has 8 points. True North has 5 points. Pickering has 3 points. And True North has 2 points through Leviathan Black towards the Alkame Cup. We're moments away from the Sport Mixed B final, with True North Leviathan Gold in 1, PDBC Hot Dogs in 2, NDRC Yellow Small in 3, and NDRC White Small in 4. We're going to check the archives to see if a faster time has ever been performed here at the Welland International Flatwater Centre, at least in terms of club racing. There was the World Championships hosted here in 2015, but from a club racing perspective, I'm not sure if a 1:52.24 has ever happened here in Welland. We may have seen a course record there. We have a start for race 4, Sport Mixed B Final. It is PDBC Hot Dogs in lane 3. True North Leviathan Red in lane 1. And then we have a battle of the NDRC small crews out in the outside in lanes 5 and 6. Points matter, so every team you beat accumulates points to your club. And it looks like lane 5 for NDRC. Lane 5. NDRC yellow small has opened up a boat length lead over NDRC white small. And PDBC Hot Dogs have opened up a boat length lead on True North Leviathan Red. These teams will take great pride in their time. I notice here with NDRC small boat, they're trying to stay ahead of the wash. Once you hit that wash, it'll make your boat a little bit bumpier. Right now, they're going to get some of that wash. It'll make your boat bumpier and harder to paddle with less speed. So they're trying to stay right in front of the wash. This is NDRC small yellow. True North Leviathan having a good race. Just a little bit of timing issues towards the back. And the Hot Dogs for PDBC having a great race. Coming across the line. Looking to improve on their morning time. Really strong, nice and deep strokes. Leviathan is in second place. NDRC Yellow, this is their crew that they're sending to Taiwan to hopefully win a medal in small mixed. And then NDRC White Small. We'll wait for the official times from our chief official, but that is our Sport Mixed B Final. That brings to a conclusion our mixed 500-meter races. The 200-meter races will be coming up shortly. Hello, folks. Fun fact. We believe that today's results are a course record for a club team, a club mixed team here in Welland. That 152.2 that was just posted by NDRC. We found one result from the 2015 World Championships where China did a 152.1 out of lane 1. So we have one faster time on record than the time that was just posted. But that was a national team, and that was out of lane 1. So NDRC's 152.2 out of lane 2 stands as the fastest club mixed time in the history of the Welland International Flatwater Centre. Next up will be 200-meter racing. The boats will get up to a higher peak speed. All crews have been called to marshalling. NDRC will choose their lane first, followed by Hammerheads, followed by Pickering, followed by Leviathan. This is 200-meter racing. This is a final. This is for points. At this point, NDRC has 8 points for their first place finish. True North has 5 points for their second place finish. Pickering has 3 points for their third place finish. And True North has 2 points for their fourth place finish. Overall points, we have NDRC with 8 and True North with 7. So as the Alkame Cup points total evolves, we are very close at the top of the charts. 8 points NDRC, 7 points True North. At this juncture, we are 1/6 of the way through accumulating points.
Hammerheads, PDBC Premier Mix, and True North Lions and Blacks, please make your way to marshalling. And we will also marshal race number 6. We please have PDBC Hot Dogs, True North Black and Gold, NDRC Yellow Small, and NDRC White Small. Please make your way to marshalling as well. That again is final call for race number 5 and marshalling race number 6. PDBC Hot Dogs, True North Black and Gold, NDRC Yellow Small, and NDRC White Small. Please make your way to marshalling. Thank you.
And we have our official lane assignments for race number 5 and 6. In race 5, NDRC Green has selected lane 2 for their 200-meter race. Hammerheads have selected lane 3. PWC Premier has selected lane 4, and True North Leviathan Black has selected lane 5. So an interesting note here that NDRC, after winning from lane 3, is going to try lane 2. There must be a belief in their team that the interior lanes are the superior lanes. That course record we mentioned by Team China in 2015 came out of lane 1. So we know at the 2015 World Championships here that some countries believed in lane 1 as the fastest lane. That theme seems to be holding, as both of our top seeds have selected lane 2, their most interior option. In the second race, Leviathan Gold has chosen lane 2, PWC Hot Dogs have chosen lane 3, NDRC Yellow lane 5, and NDRC White lane 6. So interesting note there that the small boats have chosen to separate themselves from the standard boats, hoping not to get that wash that sometimes will hit them towards the end of the race. They're looking for cleaner water, so we'll have a gap in lane 4 in race 6. So some adjustments being made by coaches and captains as we evolve through our racing today. We're about 10 minutes away from our 200-meter championship race. It'll be NDRC Green in 2, Hammerheads in 3, PWC in 4, and Leviathan Black in 5. Here we are, 200 meters, halfway through on the inside. NDRC green with the hot start. They've got a seat. Hammerheads are in second. Pickering is in third. We've got the highest stroke rates we're going to see all day here. NDRC is at about a 90 stroke rate. Hammerheads just above that. Crews are coming to the line. NDRC green with the lead, and they're going to win this by a seat. NDRC green, Hammerheads in second, Pickering in third, True North, Leviathan Black in fourth. Very exciting races. The 200 meter is the fastest these athletes will go, the highest their blood will get pumping, the highest heart rate they will have. NDRC look to be very, very powerful off the start. Quite a good statement for them to win both the 500 meter and the 200 meter final. They did have some room to spare in that race, so they'll be really excited and really proud. I'm here with an athlete now. We have Morgan Kennedy from Pickering. And Morgan, welcome. We're going to get you to speak really close to that.
Hi,
And
Scott.
How's it going, Morgan? How's your day so far?
Pretty good. Yeah, it was an early morning, and I was here yesterday as well, so I was definitely feeling tired this morning, but it's good so far.
Excellent. Let's talk body battery. Let's talk sleep score. How are you sleeping these last couple days? How's your body feeling?
It's feeling pretty good, actually. I've been staying in an Airbnb with a little bit of some thin pillows, so the sleep could have been definitely better, but over the last few days, it's been good. I've been trying to get nice early nights and just resting as much as I can in my downtime.
This is one of the challenges of peak performance. As a lot of these athletes go and travel overseas, they won't have their normal pillow, like you said, and their normal bed. And this is a major, major factor. Any strategies you've built up over time? I know you're a student, so being a student, there's lots of living away from home. Any strategies you've built up to be at your best when you need to be at your best?
I usually just try to plan ahead as much as possible, try and get all of my food, all of my packing done really early, a day before if I can, and then just chill out the night before, a few nights before, maybe go on a walk 2 days before just to stay active and stay moving. But other than that, just try and relax as much as possible, don't occupy my brain too much, don't occupy my body too much, and just rest.
The future is bright, folks. When I was a university student, our preparation was pizza boxes and sleeping on the floor. So I'm happy to see that Morgan has a more healthy and well-rounded approach. So you are a 2-4U athlete.
Yes. And
you're racing here in a premier event with some of the best athletes and some of the best teams in the world. How do you feel about your progression in this sport, being a young person, under 24, but also paddling in the premier division?
It's definitely intimidating. I'm only 22, so there's a lot of talent and experience to work up towards in the premier division, and I'm really grateful that I have a lot of idols that I can try and model my dragon boat journey after. It's a welcoming community regardless of age, regardless of experience, and the trust that everybody has to in their teammates, that their teammates are working hard regardless of age, is really inspiring. But it definitely can be intimidating at times, looking around and marshalling, seeing all these super capable athletes who are a lot stronger than me, a lot more experience. It's intimidating, but it's inspiring.
Do you have any athletes that you want to be when you grow up?
I feel like she's a common example, but Miranda Robinson, or as we know her, Spilly, she's definitely an idol of mine. She's been doing this for a long time, and I think she models a lot of really great values as an athlete, so I would say that she's definitely one that I look up to.
Fantastic. I was a teammate of Spilly's we just saw some pictures on Facebook from the 2006 Club Crew World Championships in Toronto. Morgan, how old were you in 2006?
I was 2 years old.
Amazing. Well, you probably didn't see us race there.
Nope.
But she was just as good then as she is now, so that's a great idol. How about some influences in your dragon boat journey? I know you started at Guelph, but some people who've been influential in your progression.
Kat Kramer has definitely been a big influence in my dragon boat career. She was my very first coach when I joined in my first year at Guelph. In addition to her, Audra Nicholson and Steph Kazuka and Emma Christie as well. They were all my coaches coming in. I was really lucky to have them as a coaching crew, starting out my dragon boat journey, and I've kind of grown up as a dragon boat athlete with all of them. I paddle alongside them now. Kat's still my coach, which is amazing. But they've definitely been influential in teaching me how to push through different barriers in my paddling journey, and also just they saw me from day one, and they believed in me from day one, so their influence has been really heavy.
That's fantastic. I know NDRC's had a lot of success today, and they have the New Dragons, a 2-4U team, all based out of the University of Toronto. I know the Iron Dragons have had an association with True North over the years, and you come from Guelph, so just tell me about the enthusiasm around university dragon boat racing and how special that can be.
University dragon boat racing is honestly way bigger than I ever thought it would be. Seeing all of these university teams and the way that they collaborate with more competitive teams in Toronto especially is really amazing. It's a great community. As I said, being in Premier with people who have more experience and just in generally are a little older, it can be intimidating because everybody's at a different life stage. But in University Dragon Boat, it's really easy to connect with your teammates because you're all at the same point in life. You're all going through the shared struggle of university. And I just find that there's a lot of really healthy competition in University Dragon Boat.
Fantastic. As we're at a peak performance event and we're seeing some teams absolutely shine, we've had a course record already in the 500. What is something either technical or tactical that you feel like you've added to your toolbox recently as a paddler?
Personally, I've been working really hard on generating power from my core and rotation. As somebody who's generally long-limbed, it's always been a struggle to try and find where that power generation comes from and not bring it directly from the arms and generate it from rotation. So personally, that's something that I've added. I think just as a crew, we're trying to be as long and as deep as possible, and I think this is really great water for it. Last year when we were on the Olympic Basin in Montreal, it's a much different course, and I feel like we took away a lot of things from that event, and we're applying them this year, and we're finding a lot of success there.
Fantastic, Morgan. We're going to watch this race, and then we might have one more question for you as the crews come to the line. We've got in lane 2, that is True North, Leviathan Red. Sorry, True North, Leviathan Gold. I think I've been calling them red all day, but True North, Leviathan Gold, my apologies. We have in lane 3, PDBC Hot Dogs. They were the winner of the 500-meter race, so they will install them as the temporary favorites in this. And then we have a gap in lane 4, and then we have the 2 NDRC small boats, which will be competing against each other. In lane 5 is yellow, and in lane 6 is white. Looks like they have some different steers people than they did earlier in the day, if I'm calculating that correctly, because I'm pretty sure Ben steered one of them in their first heat. The crews are on the line. They're under starters orders. We have the Hot Dogs in 3. We've got Leviathan Gold in 2. We've got NDRC Yellow in 5 and NDRC White in 6. We're looking for that power generation from the core. As Morgan said, paddles are up and they're off. The start has happened. Sort of 2 separate races here. On the outside, we have the 2 small boats, and it looks to me like white might have got out ahead. No, yellow is taking over now, and Hot Dogs are starting to pull away a little bit from gold. Gold is still in touch with Hot Dogs. This is the point of the race where they really start to rotate from that core. As Morgan was saying, find power generation. Do not use the limbs to create the power. Use the core strength. Use the body weight, leaning down on top of the blade. Hot Dogs with the lead, getting good connection, trying to be fast out of the back. Leviathan Gold is right there within a seat, and it's going to be hot dogs followed by gold, followed by yellow, followed by white. Good job by the small boat staying well in contact on that time, not getting washed out. Really great times. Unofficially, the hot dogs were in the 47-second range. Of course, our chief official will get the official times out. Do you have a favorite race, Morgan? We're doing 3 different distances today. Do you have a favorite race distance, I'll say?
Personally, I really do like the 500. All of them are super exciting. The 2K is particularly daunting. 200s are just, there's so much adrenaline and so much fun in them, getting up to speeds like that. But I think the 500 is probably my favorite. It's really challenging as an athlete. It's an intimidating race, but when you finish a 500, and especially if it was a good feeling 500 with your team, there's something special about being able to tell yourself that you did that and you did it well and you were able to push through the barriers that you feel around 300, 400 meters. And when giving it your all in the end, there's no other feeling like it.
I'm impressed, Morgan. No one says 500. 500 is so hard. Everyone generally chooses the 200 or the 2K because they have different energy systems to them. So I'm quite impressed with your answer. The 500 is really grueling. It's really challenging to be at max capacity for that long. Do you have a favorite racing memory from all of your Dragon Boat races? Is there one race that stands above others at this point in your career?
I was in Germany with Team Canada last year, and that was a really, really special event in general for me. In terms of a favorite racing memory, I think it was at that event winning the 500 meter final with the 24U women's crew. I've been on a lot of different teams in my short career in Dragon Boat, and that team in particular, it just felt like even though we came from different clubs, different parts of Canada, we came together as one team with one goal, and we pulled off things that I personally never even thought that I could have. So I think that was probably my favorite racing memory, and the celebration afterward was just amazing.
The beauty of teamwork is one of the best parts of our sport, to come together from different backgrounds, different body types, different physical abilities, and to mesh together to become the best team possible. Have a great day today, Morgan. We wish you luck. Of course, you'll be nice and rested for your 2K. I'm sure that's next on your docket. So we wish you the best, and we hope you continue to thrive as a Dragon Boat paddler and pass the torch on to those who are younger than you and falling in love with our sport. Thank you very much, Morgan.
Thank you, Scott.
Sometimes the waves, they keep on crashing in. Sometimes the rain, it never seems to end. I'll be alright, my friend, if you stay by my side. Sometimes our worries get the best of us. Sometimes the hardest we try's not enough. All will be well as long as you stay by my side. You help me take this weight off my shoulders. Always run my way when I call you. You're the anchor I'm holding tight on to. You are my home away from home. Home away from home. Home away from home. Home away from home. Some days I wonder if the sun will shine. Some days I pray for just a ray of light. Come take my hand and tell me you'll stay by my side. Some days I feel like I'm against the wall. Some days I feel I'm barely holding on. All will be well as long as you stay by my side. You help me take this weight off my shoulders. Always run my way when I call you. You're the anchor I'm holding tight on to. You are my home away from home. Home away from home. Home away from home. Home away from home. Whoa, I know I am not alone. You're my home away from home. You help me take this weight off my shoulders. Always run my way when I call you. You're the anchor I'm holding tight on to. You help me find my way when I'm searching. Brighten up my day when I'm hurting. You're the anchor I'm holding tight on to. You are my home away from home.
And we have a start in the 2K, the mixed 2K. That is NDRC White, the first crew to leave. Crews will be at a 15-second interval. NDRC Yellow Small crossing the line exactly 15 seconds behind their counterpart, NDRC White. We now have a 30-second gap between small boats and standard boats to give those small boats some opportunity to create some distance, to create some range so that they're not caught easily by the standard boats, as there is a speed differential. And now it is True North Leviathan Gold at the line at the 45-second mark. So everything is going according to plan. We've got lots of the hot dogs that are next. Can the hot dogs catch Leviathan Orange? That'll be an interesting subplot to this race. Hot dogs with a high stroke rate. They're going to transition shortly. This is a chase race or a time trial race. We've got Leviathan Black, and they're the first team to be under that 15-second differential. So Leviathan Black have set their sights on making a pass with the hot dogs. Here comes PDBC Premier now. Engaged, good connection on the start, trying to connect every single stroke as well as get the rate as high as possible. They're right at about the 128 mark. They're going to have a big challenge in front of them to catch Leviathan Black. And now the two fastest crews in the regatta. The Hammerheads are the number 2 seed. They're crossing the line at the 144 mark. 15-second intervals as we look up the course. NDRC Green, they're trying to go for the triple. If they win 500, 200, and 2K, it's going to be a great opportunity for them to take home the Alkame Cup. The overall points are tight. NDRC has a 2-point lead over True North at this point, and our crowd is growing as the open and the women, I saw them warming up, going for their runs and doing their exercises. They start racing in 1 hour. So we have our biggest crowd of the day at this point. The weather continues to be immaculate. The coaches, the steers people, and the athletes will appreciate that. You see a lot of drumming happening in this race. When teams go to race nationally or internationally, drumming is mandatory and would be penalized if they do not do it. So all crews in this race are executing the drum at the top of the course. This is a long turn. This is a 6-lane or a 5-lane turn from lane 1 to lane 5. So it shouldn't be too difficult for the steers people, but there's always navigating to do. You want to get, and generally, as close to those orange buoys as possible. Right away is given to the team in the front, so long as they are not covered in any way at the tail by the next team. So as we watch the overhead, how close can you be to those buoys? The closer you are to the buoys, the shorter your turn is. So steers people are trying to be close to those buoys. We do have True North Leviathan Black trying to chase down the hot dogs. That's where the action is right now. Here comes PDBC Premier at the top. Looks like the turn's a bit flat at the top based on how the steers people are navigating. The apex buoy is a bit flat. It's almost like it is 2 meters shallow, but nice clean turn there by Hammerheads. They're holding a nice 15-second gap on NDRC Green, so that is where the race for gold most likely is. NDRC Green coming around this turn. We have Nicola, who is their steers person. The chances for passing are generally in the midfield of this race. It looks like Leviathan Black has set their sights on passing the hot dogs, and the hot dogs have set their sights on passing Orange. Leviathan Orange is quite a bit to the left of their lane. I wonder if the officials will note that. I wonder if Leviathan Orange could be in trouble, could be in jeopardy of a penalty here, because they are quite a bit to the interior. Hot dogs are the faster crew and coming up behind them, but Leviathan Orange has not traveled on the right side of their lane. So unofficially, okay, I'm just an announcer, but that could certainly be a penalty. And now Leviathan Orange is quote unquote blocking Leviathan Black. So, sorry, Leviathan Gold. I apologize. I've been calling them all colors under the rainbow today, but I bet you they're being called some colorful things right now on the race course based on how they are performing. There could be a lot of colors, colorful language coming out of the athletes, the steers people, and all. We got a turn here. We've got NDRC Yellow taking over NDRC White, and then we've got 3 teams coming into the turn. We've got Leviathan Black has priority. Leviathan Gold's on the outside. How are the Hot Dogs going to manage this? Hot Dogs have a chance to cut in behind Gold. They could take this real tight. Let's see if that's what Emma Christie decides to do. She does. She cuts in inside of Gold. Quite a good move here by Emma. Hot Dog could retake Black. They're right on the tail of Black. Good turn. And we got another pass. The Hammerheads have passed PWC Premier, and that is a tough thing to swallow if you're PWC Premier, because you do not want to have to go wide ever. And this is tough. They're waiting. They're waiting. They want to get their head tucked in behind the tail, and they're going to do that now. They're going to surge up. They've been waiting to go. Hammerheads have made the pass. Hammerheads up to the buoy. PWC up to the buoy, and NDRC Green now has to pass PWC. Getting traffic in between you and your competitor, like the Hammerheads have done, is really, really valuable. But now the Hammerheads are coming up to that big traffic jam. They've got Leviathan. We've got Leviathan Gold and Hot Dogs in front of them. Lots of colorful language happening out on the race course. We've got purple, we've got red, we've got white, green, and gold. And that's not even what the people are saying. So, Hammerheads are taking the inside. Looks like they got a good run going, but NDRC has had a great middle of the race. It's real close between Hammerheads and NDRC for first. Folks, this could decide the Alkame Cup, I'll be honest. If NDRC wins this race, they will have a stranglehold on the cup, but the Hammerheads are having an outstanding run, a ton of passing in this race, and it'll be very interesting to see if those small boats come into play. The small boats are quite a bit slower for obvious reasons. Half the manpower, half the horsepower, and so it'll be interesting. Those small boats are coming up to the turn, but Hammerheads are charging. Leviathan Black in front of the Hammerheads, their sister team from the same club. Are they going to cause challenges? NDRC's getting a bit of an advantage here because they have less wash to paddle in. The Hammerheads are in the wash. Pickering is in the wash. NDRC's just far enough behind that they may have smooth and flat water. And NDRC looks to be making up a lot of ground on this third straightaway. It's 2 laps of the track. It's like NASCAR, and we got those small boats getting out of the way just in time as the Armada comes up behind them. We've got an armada of crews. We could have 5 crews side by side coming down this last straightaway. That's going to be exciting. NDRC White leads the way. Good turns everywhere. Leviathan Black with Hammerheads coming inside of them. How is this going to navigate? Hammerheads and their sister crew in F1. I know the steers people, they don't care if they're their teammate. They crash anyways. If you've watched Drive to Survive, doesn't matter what color's on the back. Everyone's racing for themselves. Hammerheads with a nice move. NDRC's got a difficult situation to navigate behind Pickering. Lots of crews on the outside. Could be some tail contact there between Hot Dogs and Gold. And NDRC navigates that well. They're right on the tail of Pickering. They're going to tuck in right on that tail. That's where the smoothest water is, right on the tail. They've got good water, and now at some point they're going to have to make a decision to get over the wave. Getting over the wave is tough. Staying behind, they have nice flat water. Right now NDRC has nice flat water behind Pickering, but they've got to make a decision. Do they stay or do they go? Hammerheads finally have broken into nice water. This is a great straightaway for Hammerheads. The tide has turned in their favor. Hammerheads has clean water. NDRC does not. Hammerheads is opening up the gap. This last straightaway could be the difference. What an exciting 2K. We don't have an abundance of crews. Yesterday there was 15 and 17 crews on the water, but these crews are bundled just the right speed differentials to each other to create a lot of energy, a lot of passing, a lot of excitement. NDRC finally making the move on Pickering, but it's real hard when you're stuck on that wash. You really, really got to go to get over the wash. NDRC has finally, oh, it looks like they're still on the wrong side of the wave. Hammerheads and NDRC, that's the differential we're looking at. Looks to me, from my naked eye, like it's 15 to 20 seconds at this moment. Every second's going to matter. This could be the reason why the Alkame Cup is awarded. NDRC, a really tough last straightaway, just cannot get over the wave of Pickering. Hammerheads are going to be the first crew across the line. What an incredible run by them. They're going to be counting in their head to 15. If they get to 15, then they'll have won this race. NDRC with a gallant effort through the last meters. Oh my gosh, it's close. It's close. Unofficially, from my eyes, I think that it is. I'm not the official, but I think it's the Hammerheads by a little bit, and that last straightaway was a big factor in it. Hot Dogs coming across the line, followed by Leviathan Gold. I've called Leviathan Gold everything, every color I could possibly think of. Leviathan Gold across the line. Great 2K. At this point, the athletes are feeling exhilaration, exhaustion, pride, and a lot of wonderment as to what position they came in and how fast they went. All eyes are on the top of the top of the table, as they say in football. NDRC or Hammerheads. From the naked eye, I think the Hammerheads may have gotten that one, but it's going to be real close. At this point, all of the officials will consult. They'll share all of their observations with the chief official, and there's always the possibility that penalties and bonuses could be a major factor in determining the results of the race. So Hammerheads were the first crew across the line. NDRC came by, very close to that 15-second gap. It's also impossible from the naked eye to know exactly if the interval was 15 seconds at the timeline in the beginning. So those will be our two top crews. When the results come out, barring something unforeseen, it will be Hammerheads and NDRC, and we're just not sure which order. Great racing. I don't think there's a single crew in the water that had a boring race there. I think every single crew had adventure and ups and downs and adrenaline rushes and shared some thoughts with each other. Great job. The camaraderie of our sport is on display with people cheering each other on, the teams congratulating each other, and just mustering enough energy to get back to the dock so they can have a lunch break, come down to the awards ceremony, and then get all prepared to do it all over again this afternoon in open and women's boats. PDBC Premier, we see Morgan Kennedy and Michael Campbell, who were two of our visitors in that boat in seats 9 and seat 3 respectively. Great racing. Pickering, great racing to all crews. Let's wait on the official results. But a note to all crews, as soon as possible, make your way down to the grandstand. We will have our medal ceremony for the mixed division happening in approximately 10 minutes. Medals ceremony for our mixed division in 10 minutes.
seconds. In 7th place, True North Leviathan Gold at 10 minutes, 46.34 seconds. In 6th place, NDRC Yellow Small at 10 minutes, 29.63 seconds. In 5th place, PWC Hot Dogs at 10 minutes, 17.75 seconds. In 4th, True North Leviathan Black at 9 minutes, 36.59 seconds. In 3rd place, PWC Premier Mixed at 9 minutes, 29.70 seconds. In 2nd place, NDRC Green, 9 minutes, 2.20 seconds. And in 1st place, True North Hammerheads at 9 minutes, 0.08 seconds. Do you want all teams to come down? And we invite all teams from the sport mixed category to please come to the grandstand for your award ceremony, but we want to have all teams come to the grandstand. So please make your way over and we'll start the award ceremony in just a few moments. So again, all teams come to the grandstand as soon as your debrief is done, and we'll start the award ceremony in less than 5 minutes. Thank you.
So folks, as we hit the halfway point of the regatta, the points at the top of the chart are getting very, very interesting. We've had half a day of racing, we've had new course records, we've had a very entertaining and dynamic 2K. We had a 200 meter where NDRC Green was the class of the field, but we want to remind you that at the end of the day, the Alkame Cup will be awarded to the club that accumulates most points. Your first and second mixed crew generate points. So with that result, True North is going to take the lead in the overall points. They will accumulate 8 points for that first place finish, while NDRC will accumulate 5. So we've had our first lead change in terms of all overall points for the Alkame Cup, as True North, with the win in the 2K, has taken the overall lead. The points are being tabulated by our chief official. There is a points tab if you're following along on the live results, and those will be updated very, very shortly. But it should make for a very exciting afternoon. Every race matters. Every 500, 200, and 2K generate points towards the overall Alkame Cup champion. So mixed awards happening at the podium shortly, and then we switch gears to women and open racing with the women's 500 heats at 12:36 p.m. Rock and roll, party on.